All right, what is up, everybody? It looks like everything's running here. Today, we are going to be taking a look at some JAD action. So let's get in here. We have our Zamorak gear. So let's take a look. And let's go ahead and put on our full warpriest of Zamoraks set. Yeah, so this is going to be our base here. We're gonna get our warpriest of Zamorak. We're gonna get our Bane longsword. Whoops. Not Daril, we want Daril. Go in here. Put these away, take that out. There we go. Yeah, so we're gonna get Carl's pistol crossbow here. We're gonna get our corrupted defender. We're gonna get our magic stuff. We're gonna get our repriser. Right, I think it's a repriser. Oh, rebounder? Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, again, we have to get a weak wand. Our best wand is like level 50, which is still unfortunate. We still haven't gotten anything better than that. But let's go ahead and break out our wand here. Okay, so this is sort of our baseline here. So let's take a look. We want to put the defender on. This warpriest is Zamorak gear. Honestly looks super dope. I'm also considering maybe taking off the cape and going back to our attack cape. I actually think we're going to go ahead and do that. It gives us 1 less % chance to reduce that damage, but it does so much damage across all of our setups that I think we just really need to roll with that. So we'll use 5 piece of Zamorak for a 5% chance to reduce a hit by 90%, which should be pretty good. We've got our good necklace, we've got our good ring. Yeah, so now it's just about setting up our bars here. Let's see. We'll leave that like that, but I think we actually need to take some of these threshold abilities out, I think is what we maybe figured out the other day. Or yesterday. Maybe not. We'll keep this on here. We also have our flurry ability needs to come down here so that we can use that as well, maybe. So that looks fine. And then we're going to we'll put magic here. Because this is the one that uses magic. What can go in our E slot here? I don't know. And then down here at ASDF, um, we can go ahead and put our other gear sets. So this one, A, is going to be where we put that. So this will be, A will be our melee, S will be ranged, D will be magic. So in our S, we're going to put our ranged. In our D, we're going to put our magic. And then we'll go ahead and switch over to S. And then in our S here, we want our repriser. So we can boom, swap to that. And then A takes the sword and D takes the wand. And then we get to look at this here. We'll leave resonance up here. We'll also probably go in and do some more of this defense stuff as well. We were using reflect and revenge. And so, yeah, we've got rapid fire and snipe in here, as well as a couple others. And then we've got our rejuvenate up. And then we have 2 of our abilities that don't really have cooldowns, but require... Oh, this one doesn't require adrenaline. Why is this down here? That's not the right ability. The ability I wanted down there was snapshot. That explains why things were going a little weird yesterday. Yeah, so we've got some longer cooldowns. And then we've got some thresholds. And then we've got some other stuff. This one is going to be melee, right? Melee is the one that's good against ranged. So let's put our melee down. We've got all of our other stuff there. We've got our bombardment, which is our really good AoE. And then we probably want to drop ricochet into the regular rotation. Just because we are going to be hitting enough enemies, or fighting enough enemies, the ricochet is probably always going to have some value. It still gains the adrenaline. Oh, ricochet's already there. Never mind. Looks like I already thought of that. Okay, and then we're going to switch over to our magic here. And let's see, we switch this over. And that means we want that right there. We want melee. We want ranged. Put that on. Fantastic. Alright, now I haven't even looked at the magic really. I did a little bit of stuff with the range last night, which is why I kind of had something set up. But let's take a look at what we might do here. This is the magic base attack. It goes right there. We have Sonic Wave and Concentrated Blast. These were 2 that we only used 1 of previously, right? So let's see. A Focus Blast of Magic that pummels the target for up to 110%. Applies flow to self. Your next magic ability costs 10% less adrenaline. Okay, that's pretty nice. And then beams of concentrated energy, attacks 3 times. No, I think they got rid of whatever that other thing was. So we've got some interesting stuff here. So there's sort of 2 ways, I think, that we go about using magic. Either it's AoE or it's single target. I think in this case we're going to want to go ahead and go single target. So we're going to want to bring our concentrated blast in. We're going to want to bring combust because it goes really well with dragon breath. That'll help us do some more damage, and we'll always want to put those like that. We have impact, smash the target with a burst of energy, stuns and binds. Don't really care about that. A sonic wave. So I don't really know what to do with the sonic wave. And chain, again, good for some AoE stuff, but may not end up being great. But let's go ahead and put it in here. Do these generate adrenaline? I guess is all that really matters for this. We'll go ahead and put, well, we want chain before combust, right? Because it'll combust multiple things if I hit it with the chain first. Yeah, and that'll mean that combust will do extra damage. So this is why I think, honestly, magic is probably the most Revobar unfriendly, just based on what I'm seeing here. We definitely want asphyxiate down here. Smoke tendrils. Four hits, channeled. Deals additional 15% damage with each hit. Deals damage to self per hit. We're not going to deal with that. This is the ability that we're going to use manually. It's the really short cooldown, sort of big hit magic ability. So we definitely want that. We're going to take these off. Ultimate abilities. We definitely want something that's going to take up. Hey, what's up, Grizz? And then, what is this? Charge yourself with Anima. Applies Anima Charge. Anima Charge. Your next magic ability is empowered. Sonic Wave. Your next magic ability costs 35 less adrenaline. Dragon Breath. Deals extra magic damage. Concentrated Blast. Deals 10% crit strike chance. So I like this ability. This is cool. Can I Revobar this? Can be cast during global cooldown. Must be manually triggered. Okay. So we're going to put this down here. And then just sometimes I'm going to trigger it. And see if maybe we can trigger some better stuff on here. Okay. So we've got our bars kind of set up. The magic one is probably going to end up being really weak. We're using a really weak using a really weak wand, and then on top of that, I don't know the magic as well as I know the other stuff. Oh, you know what else we didn't do? We didn't add any defensive skills to the magic. So let's go back to that. Let's see. Let's look at this one. One thing we didn't add here was we didn't add anticipation. So let's go ahead and add that. And then on the magic, we want to add our anticipation. We want to add our reflection, our resonance. We want to come down here. We want to see about adding some of our thresholds. Hopefully that'll work out. We've got our prayer potions here. We need to bring our air and water runes because we're going to be using water magic. And then I think the rest of this, we just need to bring food. Which I'm pretty concerned about. Let's see, these give me 2,125, so we definitely want those. And then let's bring some cooked eel gators. So those are some really good foods there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that I really need at Jad. We're gonna go fight Jad. Yeah. Yeah, I think today's the day. So we've got all of our stuff set up. We've got our Zamorak gear. So we got the Zamorak warpriest, which means we're going to be taking a lot less damage, which makes me very happy. I'm going to have a little trouble probably with some of this, but that's okay. I'll get used to doing all the swaps and stuff. Honestly, isn't that hard? Just want to make sure you prayer swap correctly. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm running into the issue, right? Is at the actual Jad fight. Because I just had never seen... I had never seen the boss before, so I didn't know what the abilities looked like. Now I know that the one that flies way up into the air is the ranged one. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna watch a video on it. I want to learn it my own. Let's see. So for this one, I'll need... I'm not even gonna have the ranged. We'll just put these on here. There you go. So E and R. Got it. I would very much prefer just to learn the mechanics on my own, even if it takes me 2 hours and a ton of resources to get back there every time. I would just prefer to do it on my own. I think there actually might be a teleport in here, maybe. I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, Felix? How are you? Is it back over here? I think it's back over here. Okay. Nope. It's over here. I don't believe that anybody can feel the way I do about you now. I had a beast of a day in the lab. Got it, but finally home for some chillings. Nice. Okay, here we go. We've got a bat. The bat will actually, that's right, I remember now. Ooh, that felt good. Is the Revolution combat as bad as you said, or does it still work? It actually still works really well. I didn't really understand the Revolution bar in the new system before, and it was a little frustrating for me, but it is working very well. So what you have to do, there is more of a focus on actively casting some of the abilities. You know, you have to like actively cast these lower cooldowns, but the rest of the Revo bar works really well, sort of in conjunction with that. So you just have to recognize the fact that there are some abilities that you don't really have a choice but to manual cast, and just let that sort of go. Okay, can we please? And then everything else is just kind of an adrenaline engine. I think it especially the Revo bar works really well with melee. I think magic is probably the one that's going to get the least value out of the Revo bar, just after reading how interconnected some of these basic abilities are. The game is really trying to encourage you to manual cast a lot of these. Range seems like it's going to work really well. Not only is range going to work really well when it comes to the Revo bar, but it's also going to be extremely versatile because it has two really short duration abilities that it can use. It's got one that's kind of an AoE, and it's got one that... Oh, you know what I didn't add to that? I didn't add my rejuvenate. So let's put that in there. So this is something I'm going to need to do, is I need to make sure that I get up to my maximum adrenaline here so that I can go ahead and use my rejuvenate, which may require me to switch to melee combat at some point because my good engine for adrenaline is melee. But it seems like everything's going fine so far. We're building up a little adrenaline during the fights. We're not really needing to use our prayers, which is honestly kind of nice. Here we go. We got this guy stuck. Finally. Yeah, but the Revo bar is doing pretty much all the work right now. The only thing I'm really doing is dealing with that wild magic skill. I'm having a harder time this time around trapping these enemies. They seem to get around the trap when they split. I might have to move. This is definitely going much quicker than it did before. We've got much better AoE going on. Just some generally better stuff here. We'll trap whatever that dude is. We'll just wait to see. Okay, we've got a melee guy over there. Let's go ahead and move up where he can come around. I think I can trap that melee guy right up against this. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope. That's okay, though. I'm not really concerned about these melee dudes. They don't really seem to do all that much damage. And between the defender and my Zamorak gear, reducing the damage I take. I actually think I'm in a pretty good spot as far as defenses and stuff here. I am fairly over-geared, I think, for Jad. At least for this initial couple of phases. I don't know, maybe not. I am still using mostly tier 70 gear. I guess my gear hasn't really changed all that much since the last time I came in here. I've got my Bane weapon now. And I've got my Zamorak warpriest set instead of the other. The Tuskas with the crit. I think probably the thing that's going to change this fight the most for me is now that we've had the combat change. Just my combat skills in general are quite a bit stronger, which is cool. I am definitely having a little bit of trouble building up my adrenaline. I suppose I could take these threshold abilities out, and that might be enough to help me build up so that I can use my rejuvenate, because I don't want to eat any food right now. So we might go ahead and try that. I don't know how useful those skills are being as far as improving my defenses and my damage. So we'll just test a little. All right, we got a range dude. Right? Yeah, these range dudes don't like melee. So we're gonna suck him back over here. He actually might be the only person here right now. So let's go ahead and turn on... Nope, wrong one. Yeah. Our melee, obviously our strongest. Is that another range dude? It is. Let's just go beat this dude's ass. And beat that dude's ass. Nice. Honestly, I could probably just stay in my melee for this whole thing. My melee is really fucking strong right now. If I didn't need to use some sort of ranged combat for Jad themselves, then we could just get crazy and melee the whole fight. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should just learn all 3 of Jad's attacks and just stay melee, because I'm so strong in the melee. Let's see what I can do. Let's just go fuck some shit up. Because we're actually gaining HP right now, which is hilarious. And it's all because of this Dismember, Slaughter, Massacre, giving you that heal over time when you bleed things. I mean, it's just so powerful. Like, not even fair. The sustain on melee now is out of control. We want to kill the bats first, because they take away our prayer. Although I'm not even really using my prayer, so I guess that doesn't really matter. Honestly, these enemies are dying a little bit too quickly. And so I'm not actually gaining all of my health, which is a little unfortunate. Something else I might be able to do is to go ahead and put sacrifice on my auto or on my self-cast and try to kill enemies with my sacrifice. Let's go up here and hit this dude. And we're going to use our AoE here. Nice. Kill the bat that way. That felt good. And let's see if we can sacrifice this guy to death. Nope. The reason we want to sacrifice people to death is we can actually gain HP that way. So we're going to try and see if we can't do that. But I hit really hard sometimes. So it's going to be hard. Like right now, if I had it, I could probably have done it. That's too bad. Let's run back over here, murder this dude. These guys do some of the most DPS. So we definitely want to go in and get them quickly. We are definitely having significant trouble. Let's take these out. Because we're not ever getting up to our 60, we're not getting our super good engine going, so we're not using our rejuvenate. And that's not great. And I just don't think that those defensive skills are necessarily useful enough to overwrite rejuvenate entirely. So we'll take that out. We'll see if we can't get to 60, because as soon as we get to 60 adrenaline, we use Meteor Strike. And then once we hit Meteor Strike, we basically guaranteed are going to use Rejuvenate. Enemies are being spread a little too thin, honestly. Nice. I got the sacrifice on that one, so we got a nice little heal. That felt good. These bigger dudes are actually going to be of benefit to me. Being able to take more hits is honestly kind of important to my combat. Because if they can take more hits, then I can build up adrenaline. You see, I finally got my Meteor Strike off. But this guy's taking more of my bleed. And so I'm getting more heals and stuff off. So these bigger, badder enemies are actually kind of a big deal for my sustain. And now we've got our Rejuvenate going off. That feels really good. So now we're all the way back up to health. It's crazy with just bringing a Bane Sword in here instead of... last time I had a Necronium Axe that I brought in. But definitely with these combat changes, honestly, I should have just brought my Bane armor and everything. And if I fail here, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to come in and melee Jad. Even though it means he's going to have a third attack. And so I'm going to have to cycle all 3 of the prayers during that fight. I think it'll be worth it to do that. Because my melee is just overwhelmingly strong now. It's actually a little bit silly. I feel outrageously powerful. If I was in my Bane gear instead of my my hybrid, I would be so much stronger right now. As far as just defenses and stuff, I'd be taking so much less damage. And then, I mean, if we use any of our additional abilities, I've mostly just been letting the Revo bar do everything. But if I use my assault, you know, actively, and use, you know, my flurry and stuff like that, we're just going to do so much more. Let's see if I can get a sacrifice off here. Damn, missed it. Nice, got it. Boom. Almost 300 health back. That's pretty good. Let's get our flurry off here. Hey, Lee Young with the sub over on Twitch. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Three months even. Heyo. That asshole melee dude is healing this other guy. What an asshole. That's okay. You're gonna bleed and heal me. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're gonna try and, like, assault this dude down before the healer dude gets over here. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, my damage is out of control. This is dumb. I forgot how many waves are there. 40 or something? 30? I think it's 40. 60? Fuck, I don't remember. Somebody tell me, how many waves are there? We haven't even hit the magic people yet. So there's definitely quite a few more. Oh my god, what's hurting me so bad? Stop. We gotta get back up to where we can use our rejuvenate again. We definitely need the heals here. Wiki says 37? That doesn't make any sense. Surely it's an even number. Oh, bro. We're running into some bad something here. Hang on. Hang on. Let's get ourselves back into this corner here. And let's see if we can just pull out one or two enemies at a time. Here we go. Let's get these bats down. Let's not fight everything everywhere all at once. Let's see, the melees want magic. So let's magic this guy. Since we can. Maybe that'll be enough because I do a little enough damage. Maybe I'll build up the adrenaline I need. to go ahead and rejuvenate here against this guy. That'd be nice. Nope. I used up all my adrenaline. What did I use up all my adrenaline on? Let's swap back to melee and take this dude out. Get a little bit of healing in. Try and... Nope. If we just step it back a little bit and go back to being a little more careful, then we should be good. Just don't run out there in the open like we were before. Let's bring this dude in. We also have our melee guy here. That sucks. Okay, well, let's go in here and do this the hard way then. Maybe this will be enough people that I can get up to that threshold that I need. Come on, nope. Gonna trigger all my stupid adrenaline shit again. I kill things too fast, so I can't fucking heal myself. It's honestly kind of becoming a problem. I think we're gonna get it right here, though. Come on. There it is. There it is. Now we'll build up our adrenaline, and we'll be good to go. Boom, rejuvenate. Alright, holy crap. That was goofy. Goofy as hell. Alright, we got half of our HP back. We're gonna do like we did just a minute ago. Okay, we've got a ranged guy here, as well as, let's go ahead and take that down there. And let's drink a prayer. And let's pray up. That'll help us a lot. Those ranged guys are really the only thing we have to worry about right this moment. So just rocking the ranged prayers feels fine. I could flick them, but that's fine. Alright, just a couple of melees. That's actually pretty good. We'll probably get some decent healing off of these with our massacre combo skill here, which is nice. Yeah, look at all that healing. So good. Then we could just wait. Honestly, we could have just not fought this dude until our massacre combo came back. That's probably what I should have done. So that I could got some health back. The guy actually is surprisingly strong. I didn't realize that he did so much damage. Okay, we got our first mage now. So we actually need to switch over to our magic. Whoops. Sorry, switch over to our ranged. Oh. There we go. I had done something wrong there. And then we are going to want to use our magic prayer. And then we're going to beat this dude's ass. Use up all our adrenaline here. Do whatever we got to do. We want to bring this dude back in here. And block. Oh, was a little late there. The range feels really strong. Definitely feels like it does a lot more damage than it used to. Like a lot more. It's honestly kind of crazy. We've got a bat coming in here. Let's take him out. Snipe him down real quick. Nice. Fucking Zubat, dude. Alright, we got bat nerds sucking up our prayers here. Darn it. What does this look like? If I just go balls out on this dude. Oh, I didn't switch my prayer. I'm stupid. Whoopsie. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Let's try and get this. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. No. Why does it even let me do that? Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. Okay, well, regardless, I think we've pretty well figured out that the rest of this stuff is useless. I don't think we want that. Honestly, we might even go... Let's just get fucking crazy. Don't need these. Don't need any of this shit. Bring some prayer pots. It was just because I had to be spending too much time, like, on the periphery and stuff. Let's see, we need Necro runes, we need Bone rune, and we need Spirit rune. And then, I think 3 prayer pots is more than enough. What is something else maybe that I might find that I need? And then instead of that there, we're going to put melee, we're going to put ranged, we're going to put magic, and then we'll actually go ahead and put our prayer potion on R. And then instead of Berserk, we're going to put Rejuvenate. Maybe we'll put Berserk on E so that if I want to use it, it's available to me. And then we want just a little more food. Bring a couple sharks. All right. Fuck this. Oops. Need to go fill up our prayer. Is there a prayer spot around here somewhere? No altar? Really? That's kind of crazy. Okay. Do it this way then. Fine by me. And then put that away and get a new prayer potion. Oh, thank you. Okay, now let's just go beat everything's ass. We also don't need that in there. The dude just auto runs out into the middle. I didn't know that. This should be entertaining. Boom. Get fucked on. We've got our auto combat. I'm not even going to touch anything. Let's see how long we can go just not doing anything. Oh, yeah. Who's the strongest boy? I'm the strongest boy. Melee is so good now. Like, oh my god. I fucking love it. They're gonna nerf melee. The sustained DPS and the sustained healing of the Dismember, Slaughter, Massacre combo is just way too much. It does way too much. You could literally just have that skill on your bar with your basic attack, and those could be the only two things you do, and you might never die. It's goofy. I'm gonna use my rejuvenate. I haven't even lost any fucking hit points. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is wonderful. So we'll beat the crap out of all this stuff. Eventually we'll get to a point where we're going to start adjusting with our prayers, right? Actually, I think the prayer potion needs to go right there. Because I move my hands up and down on that QWER ASDF. So since all my prayers are on ASDF, I also want my prayer juice to be on that same little bit there. I feel like maybe I was wrong to take off the AoE threshold ability. I definitely have more than enough. We'll see. Oops. Since I'm fighting this rain dude. We'll see what happens here in a bit. but I want to see if I'm going to be able to generate enough adrenaline to still use my big attack if I also have my AoE in here. Because I need to use this attack to be able to use Rejuvenate. So as long as my AoE allows me to generate enough adrenaline that I can use that AoE, or that the Meteor Strike, then we're good. And it's definitely helping me kill faster, which is great. We for sure want that. Holy shnikes. Yeah, that AoE attack is devastating. Oh my god. I do think it's going to keep me from getting enough adrenaline, though. I don't think we can use... Yeah, no. It definitely... And then we've got an enemy back here that we can't get to. That's too bad. But Rejuvenate is too important. We need to be getting that. I could be manual casting the AoE ability. That would be fine. But I'm not going to worry about it. Just going to let my guy do his thing. And every now and then when I fight an enemy that's a little more difficult, like one of those ranged enemies, we'll go ahead and click on our prayer. And that'll be all I'm pretty much doing, is just turning on the prayer for whatever the most dangerous threat on the screen is in the moment. And we'll see how far we can get that way. But I think I'm probably gonna be able to completely do this way. I might even be able to kill Jad this way, because ultimately with Jad, the big thing is just blocking his big attacks, right? Like, he's got 3 big attacks, 1 for each type, and you just need to prayer flick for each one. So if I can figure that out, then I might be able to just only sit here and prayer flick, which would be hilarious. Yo, what's up, Knight? Like, right now would be a great time if I had this on manual. Then I could cast it and kill all these nerds. Yeah, that felt good. We'll definitely go ahead and keep doing that. Sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Oh, thank you. Been a huge musical theater nerd my entire life. Used to go to theater camp and everything when I was a kid. Yo, this is great fun. I don't have to do nothing. My rejuvenate went off. It didn't really heal me any. And so, like, I still kind of seem like I've lost some damage or some health. But I don't really think I've lost any health. It's just that my rejuvenate went off 2 minutes ago when I wasn't really taking any damage. So we still have 3 minutes. Hopefully I don't lose more than like the acceptable amount of my HP before we do finally get to trigger our rejuvenate. We're getting a ton of heal here. That was nice. We could focus more on using our prayers. Like when these little dudes split, they actually do a pretty decent chunk of damage to us. So we can run our prayers here to try and stop from bleeding too much HP. The fights aren't lasting very long, so I don't think they're going to eat into our prayers too much. I mean, we've still got 2 full ones and a 3, so we've got 11 prayer potions right now still available to us. Let's go ahead and hit that AoE. Boom. Nice. Yeah, that felt good. Oh yeah, we just murdered everybody. Fairly limited inputs, but we're having a pretty drastic effect here. We're gonna hit that AoE again. Nice. Yeah, as soon as our rejuvenate has the ability to go off again, we'll be all the way back up to full health. Definitely leaning on these prayers a little bit here is a good idea. We'll use the melee for now because the range should be significantly weaker because we're actually in melee gear. Then we can go ahead and swap. And then beat this range dude's ass. Nice. Too strong, dude. Too strong. I tried to use that AoE right as the little bat thing came up to me so that I could try and murder the bat. Didn't really work out, which is too bad. Because I am definitely burning through prayer right now. We sort of need to, because we want to keep our prayers up, but these bats don't help any. They eat a lot of prayer. Hey, there goes our rejuvenate though. So we're going right back up to full health. So I probably overused my prayer there because now I gained 0 HP for a couple of hits there, or for a couple of ticks on my rejuvenate. So I think I probably didn't need to defend myself quite so much. Because your HP is really the big resource here, right? You're trying to stay at your maximum, but you don't, because you have rejuvenate, and because rejuvenate will heal 40% of your HP, you really, by the time it goes off, want to lose 40% of your HP. Otherwise, you're wasting that resource. I think I wasted just a little bit of it there, which means that I used more prayer than I actually needed to, which means I ultimately wasted some of my prayer resource. I also shouldn't have used my prayer potion just now. If I'm not going to be triggering my prayer, then using my potion is bad because then the bats just eat it. And now I'm gonna use some of my prayer up, and it's not gonna do me any good, which is too bad. I just keep making the same dumb mistakes. But this is crazy easy. Just watching this dude do this. I probably could also come do this. Maybe with the Zamorak gear. I'd probably have to be a little more on top of the prayer. And then just bring a change of gear to like ranged or something. Or maybe even just bring a whole swap. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill Jad with melee. We'll have to see. But I could just bring, because I'm not using any food right now. So maybe I could just bring a whole ass armor and everything swap into ranged gear. And then kill Jad that way. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes when he actually fights me. We'll have to see what his melee DPS looks like. And whether or not I can block it. Nice. We should be coming up in just a second on the magic person. The magic dudes are the ones that do the most damage, and magic versus melee is a bad matchup. So this is definitely where we're going to need the most of our prayer. We'll probably flick the fireballs. The magic people are pretty easy to flick my prayers on. So we'll do our best to go ahead and flick the prayers so we don't waste too much prayer juice. And then as soon as we can get through all of those waves, everything should be pretty good. We're too close, so we're just going to leave the prayer on. They were easy to flick when I was using ranged. Definitely not so easy to flick here. And also, we're taking quite a decent chunk of damage. Well, that's not true. They're only hitting me for like 50. I wonder why it seemed like I was losing so much HP. Seems fine though. We're good. Now we're going to get up to our rejuvenate here, which is nice. Fireball tried to come out of nowhere on me. Nice, use our rejuvenate, heal up, kill this bat. Save ourselves a little prayer juice. And then, can we go kill the mage? How many times are we going to get hit before we go kill this dude? Thankfully, we'll get to use... Well, maybe. No, it looks like he's going to be dead. Okay. Yeah, that was nice. Got right back up to full health. Super dope. If there's only 37 waves, we're almost done here. And we have not used a single food yet. And we're maxed out. Which means we could bring way more prayer pots. Right? If we wanted to be real crazy about just constantly using prayers, we absolutely could be. Because I don't think that the Jad fight itself really uses up a lot of food. I think it's more about timing the prayers and blocking the attacks. Let's get an AoE in here and kill that bat so he doesn't drain too much prayer. Nice. We've still got 7 prayer drinks left. And we're at wave 35. Boom. Gonna go ahead and AoE that bat down. Nice. Click that bat. Turn that off. Who's over here? What do we got? Little melee dude. Come here, little melee dude. Where you going? You're going nowhere. Oh, whoops. I forgot about the 2 little melee dudes. Okay, so the one that shoots way up into the air is... Okay, well, it's definitely not... Or I guess maybe phase 38 could potentially be Jad himself. So maybe there's 37 other waves. Let's eat up some prayer here just in case Jad comes popping out here. And then if it flies in the air, it's ranged, which is ring finger. If it... Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're probably going to die. We're probably going to have to come back through this fight cave another time or two before I actually learn the patterns. This is what happened last time, is we got through the whole fight cave, and then I just got obliterated in 2 shots by Jad. So we'll have to see. Well, it's definitely not 37 waves, so the wiki is wrong. We're definitely cruising through this, though. Like, my goodness. 23 minutes, wave 40. That is so much faster than the last... I mean, it took us 2 hours to get to Jad the last time. So I don't really mind One of the reasons I hadn't come back and tried to learn the Jad fight is it was going to take way too long to get through the fight cave every time just to die really fast. Especially the first couple of times I was going to die super fast because I didn't know any of the mechanics. So, the first time I saw them, because he's so one-shotty, just the first time I saw each attack, I was probably going to die to it. And so I didn't want to spend 2 hours just to insta-gib. But now, if we can get back through this in, 30, 45 minutes, I don't mind spending that time. Yeah, get to beat that bat's ass first. Go ahead and drink a prayer potion. We're down to just 5 more prayer potion drinks. So I don't know exactly how stuff's going to go at the Jad fight. We'll have to see. I don't know how many prayer potions I might actually need for the fight itself. We're definitely losing a lot more HP now. Having these ranged people and the mages at the same time is a little bit of a bummer. We may need to reevaluate how automated and AFK we're letting this be. Of course, I mean, when we get into situations like this, we seem to have gained quite a bit of HP. If I had the ancient prayers, right, if I had Soul Split, this would be insanely easy. But we're definitely going to manual cast an AoE or 2 here. And take that down. Took a lot of hits there. We're definitely going to have to eat up a little bit. Let's eat our 2 sharks here. Get ourselves back up. Got a lot of little melee dudes coming in. Let's get some AoEs down. All right, not too bad. Got fireball coming in. Nice block. Yeah, definitely go kill that dude first. Nice. So we're on wave 45 now. We're down to our last 4 potion drinks. We might go ahead and stop using my range defense. Technically, range is the weakest against melee, right? So we should be okay. Just to let those ranged people attack us. I know we got some melee dudes. So we should be getting pretty close to the end. Because these melee dudes are out. Hopefully these melee dudes will actually kind of help me out. Because they got a lot of hit points and stuff. So again, maybe we can generate up some adrenaline. And trigger my rejuvenate here. And, get our massacre and stuff going on so that we can gen some. Yeah, here we go. This melee guy is gonna come get me. And hopefully that'll mean... There we go. Got my big attack off, which means we're gonna get our rejuvenate off, which is good. We're gonna be a little more proactive about target selection and stuff for the rest of this, probably. Because we want to make sure that we're staying as healthy as possible. We don't want to eat any more of our foods or anything. I don't really want to eat any more of my prayer potions. But I don't think I have a choice. I think I need to be prayering these mages. Magic is too strong against melee to not be prayering the mages. God, he just beat my ass. That was awful. I took so much damage there. Gracious. I always forget about the little dudes. I believe too, Grizz. I believe too. I believe in a thing called love. Flick your prayers on off and sequence with the enemy's attack style type. Yeah, so I was gonna do that. It's a little difficult to do against those magic dudes in melee range because you don't get nearly as much time to see the attack happening. So I've just been leaving it on, preserving my HP over preserving my prayer. I don't know if that was actually the best idea, but that's what I did. I'm not great at prayer flicking. I got pretty decent at it against the Flesh Hatcher, but the Flesh Hatcher is really easy to prayer flick. Yeah, I don't think that these melee guys do enough damage for that to be worth expending the extra prayer, though. Because I need to have some prayer for Jad. So I'm specifically using my prayer on the mages. Because they do the most damage to me. And then I'm just kind of not using it on everybody else in order to preserve what prayer I have for Jad. They're all right here. This is what I've got. I got one more prayer potion. I got most of my foods. I've only eaten 3 foods. So we're pretty good there. In fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and eat up a little bit here. Yeah, that's why I leave all of these weird windows and shit open. Is because I think the more information you all have access to, the better. So I think there is going to be 60 waves. I'm a little concerned about these last 7 waves, if I'm being honest. Definitely I need more prayer potions. Because I'm not actively flicking with each hit. I definitely need more prayer potions. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think I might make it, but it would be easier if I had more prayers. Nice. There goes our rejuvenate. Gonna take us right back up to full. I think there's 62 or 64 waves. Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't even remember anymore. Low multi. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I'm not really happy about the prayer sucking bats. They're pretty annoying, but whatever. It's fine. I just won't use my last prayer potion until it's time to actually fight Jad. And then... Oh, whoops. I say that and then immediately use it because I hit the wrong button. I was going to make sure that I just had a prayer potion for Jad, but I guess not. That's a bummer. We're going to have a really hard time with Jad now. Yeah, I'm going to melee Jad. I know that that means that I'm in range of his melee attack, and that is not recommended. But I'm curious. I'm way, way stronger melee than I am anything else. So, we'll see. I mean, I'm like way stronger melee than anything else. It's kind of ridiculous. And when I come in melee, it means I get to come in my full Bane gear instead of coming in my hybrid gear, which I think is pretty important. The hybrid gear is not great. Try not using prayer. You mean against Jad? Oh, for the rest of the waves until double mages. Okay. We will try that. Lean on our food resource a little bit here. Yeah, he's stuck right now, so I don't really have to worry about him. As soon as the bats get to where they can actually hit me, I'll AoE them. Yo, why is this mage living so long? Then we'll just hit him with a little razzle-dazzle. Bam. Razzle-dazzle. He's heating up. Yeah, not using prayer on those mages sucks. Hey, what's up, Master of Light? I don't know what reso is. Do you mean resonance? Honestly, I don't even know what to resonance, if I'm being perfectly honest. I thought about maybe just putting it up in my Revo bar and just letting it activate itself and getting as much healing as I could out of it. But hopefully we don't take too much damage between now and getting to the boss. We're at a nice full adrenaline bar. We're hitting a nice full health bar right now. So if there's only a couple more waves, now we've got double mage. We're gonna go ahead and do that. It sucks to do that, but we're gonna do it anyway. We'll at least use our prayer until we get to where there's only one of them. And then we'll go ahead and drop it. At Jag can't melee until he does his attack, then swap if mage ranged. After attack, swap back to melee, repeat. Okay. Here comes Jad. Okay, camping melee. Until we see range, then back to melee. Oh. Motherfucker. Okay, so the two stomps. When he stomps with both his feet, the thing comes out of the sky. That's the ranged. And then, yeah, I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. Of course, you have to know the skills. Leans back is magic, stomps the feet is ranged. Okay, I can totally do that. That's not a problem. Um, that's the second time I've ever seen that boss. So I'm not super worried. And I have more than enough prayer potions. I think we're going to bring 5 this time instead. And Yeah, I mean, he was down to what, 16k HP? He doesn't have a ton of HP. He just hits like a fucking truck. So 10 pots, you think? Okay. Let's bring 5 more. And then for food, I don't think we have any more sharks. We actually don't have any more really good food. Might go buy some. Oh, you're good, Knight. I like hearing things from you all. Um, I don't want to watch videos to learn about the fight, but I don't mind you all giving me information because streaming is a collaborative thing, and so learning from you is fun. Um, Learning by watching some video and then just knowing what to do without actually having to see it is less fun. But yeah, I'll wait for you, Chris. I think we got it this time. I think we should be good. When I learned Jed many years ago, I was taught always listen to the sound changes. Lean back, fireball, mage, fast stomp, range. Yeah, that fast stomp took me by surprise because it looks kind of innocuous. Like, oh, all he did was stamp the ground. That's got to be just a regular melee attack. Um, but then he was like beating my ass. I don't even know. Oh, sorry. Um, Jesus. Thanks, brother. What is a super restore flask? Does that give me back my... Okay. Gives me back my stats. Got it. Sharks. Yeah, I don't want to learn from the internet, Money Tree. I'd rather learn by going in and actually doing the fight, like on my own. And learning from you all. Okay. I think that's everything. We'll leave resonance up this time, the whole time, and see if maybe that gives us a little more health. And then we'll also put sacrifice in here, I think, just for the possibility of hitting um, on the last hit of something. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, y'all have given me a lot of great information. And so now it's just identifying what the tell is. Is my sound just like totally off? What's going on? I just realized that I don't think I'm hearing any sounds. Um, let's see. I've got the music turned off. I turn it up. Am I hearing anything? Okay. There is audio. So let's turn up the sound effects a little. Yeah, I don't have it picking up desktop. I'm using the window capture, the capture audio beta setting. But it does seem to be working. I guess I just wasn't noticing the sound effects. Or maybe I had it changed weird for a different game or something. I don't know. We'll see. I've got everything turned up a little bit, so we'll monitor the audio for the first couple of enemies, and then we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so because I'm wearing full melee gear, Knight, goodness, what was I saying? So because I'm wearing full melee gear, I don't know if having a ranged gear swap would actually help me with the bats. If I was wearing my Zamoraks stuff, then I would do that. But I don't know if it's actually useful, since I'm not. But thankfully in the beginning of this fight, we should be good. I am going to leave these defensive skills on the bar. Oh, right, resonance requires a shield, so it's going to eat all of my runes. Okay, so we're going to take that off until we get later. Like maybe wave 50 or something, and then we'll put that back up. So we don't chew through all of our runes. But I want to leave sacrifice up. So if I put Hurricane on the main bar money tree, then I don't generate enough adrenaline to ever trigger Meteor Strike, which means I never gain enough adrenaline to use Rejuvenate. So I can't, like, I have to manual cast Hurricane, or I'll never ever use Regenerate. This is why you put it towards the right, make Revolution not trigger it. Right, but I have Revolution not triggering it right now. Because it's just not on there. That would be the same effect. And I still have a hotkey for it. Because I have... Why would I want everything on the same bar? So the reason I have the Revo bar completely separate from my manual casts... So when I switch styles, I set up my bars to mirror each other. So, for example, because I've got Hurricane here, if I was going to switch styles and I also had like an AoE attack on my other style, I switch both bars when I switch styles. And so if I was going to use like maybe ranged, then I would swap, and then whatever my AoE ability for ranged was would go right back in the same R slot down there. So my hotkey buttons for similar actions are always the same across all of my styles, and then I just swap all the bars so that I have a completely independent setup, and then I mirror them as closely as possible So, like for example, if I was going to be using my Zamorak in here, I would put whatever prayer I needed specifically against whatever I was going to fight with each of the styles. So my melee bar would have my ranged prayer, and then my ranged bar would have my magic prayer, and my magic bar would have my melee prayer, because those are the things that are weak against those styles, so those are the things I'm going to be fighting with them. And then I would just swap and use those prayers that way, but they would all be on the same button. So whatever thing I was on, whatever prayer I would normally use with that particular weapon would just be on the same button. And then I don't ever have to think like, okay, I'm on range, so I want this prayer and this prayer is this button. It's just, I want prayer. And it's always the same button. I try and limit how much decision making I have to do as much as possible and rely on muscle memory as much as I can. Because I'm dumb. And I can't decision make that fast. I do my best to just homogenize the shit out of everything. Oh, it was nice of that dude to go ahead and spawn right there in front of that bat, so the bat didn't get to hit me a couple of times and drain all my prayer. What a sweetheart, dude. What a sweetie. I might need to zoom out when Zamorak comes to. Maybe I'll get used to, because I like, when I play RPG games, I like to get right down in here, and I like to watch things happening and stuff. And this game really rewards you, and just this visual, this positioning, this 2.5D, really rewards you for having 360 vision and being able to see a lot. But I really like being down in here and watching what's happening. And so I need to train myself to step back a little bit so that I can see what's going on, make better decisions, get a fuller view of like Zamorak's, or not Zamorak, Jad's visual cues and stuff, animations. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Animations. At least move your main bar around for me. Smash, adaptive strike, fury, punish, basic attack. Smash. What is smash? I don't even have smash. Do you mean punish? No. What is smash? You mean rend? Okay. Let's see. Generates 2. Okay, that's an important one. I can see why you would want that there. Punish, I assume you want on the right so that it's not getting used excessively when the person's not under the threshold. That makes sense. Adaptive Strike Fury? Why do you want Fury over here? Rend is in the first slot. I mean, it's not before sacrifice, but sacrifice is a 30-second cooldown. And it's just there so that maybe it gives me some healing randomly. The reason I usually set the bar up the way I do is I put the longer cooldowns on the left because they don't stop the shorter cooldowns from triggering, but the shorter cooldowns can stop the longer cooldowns. You seem to be like really angry about the way that my bar is set. And I don't get it because you're giving me an order for where things should be, but you're not explaining to me why you think they should be that way. So I have, like, there's a reason to my madness, right? And I'm okay with changing that, but not just 'cause you said so. Right? If there's a purpose behind that, that isn't just, that's the way the internet says, then I'm totally fine to listen to that and make a decision. But just, this is what I said, why aren't you doing it, is not a reason. You know what I mean? That's not an exchange of ideas. That's you trying to homogenize me to the way that everybody else does it, because that's just the way it's done. There's no value in that. If I did not know what I was talking about, I wouldn't tell you. It's fine for you to know what you're talking about, but I'm not learning anything if you just tell me what to do instead of explain it to me. I don't need to explain it because you won't understand. Oh, okay. Cool. That's, just the worst teaching method in the history of ever. So congratulations. Basics, then enhanced, then ultimate. Oh, so you want me to completely invert my bar? Yeah, you're wrong. Absolutely. You always put your highest cooldowns on the far left side because you want them to trigger first because they have the most requirements. And then you want your things that are activating all the time on the far right, because they're going to activate whenever these are on cooldown anyway. If I put my Rejuvenate all the way over here, Rejuvenate would never cast. Ever. Because my other abilities would constantly be getting in their way. I do want to activate the big abilities at random. So maybe this is where we're having a disconnect. I want to press as few buttons as possible. I don't want to manually activate my Rejuvenate or my other ability. I specifically want those to go off automatically because my goal is to press as few buttons as I possibly can. So absolutely, if I was trying to 100% optimize, I don't have to use legacy mode. I'm allowed to just set things up however I want. Right? This mode, not being in legacy mode, but being in this mode with the Revo bar, gives me a lot more flexibility to put things wherever I want, to move things around, to manual cast things sometimes and auto cast them other times. Like, some prefer being as AFK as possible, some want to be efficient as possible. That's okay, neither is wrong. Legacy mode is trash. I want to learn, but I'm still going to do what I want. Yeah, that's how learning works, Money Tree. Because the more I know about what the optimum strategy is for other people, the more I can make decisions for myself. Learning doesn't mean doing things the way everybody else does it. Learning means knowing why people do things the way they do them and what the effect of those things are, and then making your own decisions. Learning isn't copying. Learning is understanding. And I get why you set up your bar the way you do, because it does optimize. You're telling me a setup that is counter to the way I want to play the game. I do care. But your goal with the Revo bar is different than my goal. And so I'm not going to do the Revo bar your way because it's counter to the way I'm trying to play the game. Effectively, the conversation that we're having is if I was playing melee and trying to optimize my melee damage, and then you were like, melee isn't the best damage you can do, you gotta switch to range. If you want to maximize your damage. I'm not trying to do the most damage possible. I'm trying to do the most damage possible and the most sustainability possible inside of the boundary of pressing as few buttons as possible. So I don't want to completely change my playstyle to instead press all of the buttons and manual cast everything. Of course that's going to be more efficient. I knew that going in. I pressed all the wrong buttons there. Goodness. Took a bunch of fireballs right in the face. I guess I don't actually have to be protecting my prayer at this point. So I should probably start using all of my different prayers as we go through here. Since we're getting into some of the more difficult waves here. Gonna have to start pressing some additional buttons. Gross. You know, the best part about watching someone game is watching them get better organically. I don't understand why some people don't enjoy the ride. I play the same way as you, Hermit. 120 all and have multiple party heads. Just play how you find fun. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely gonna do that. Absolutely. I think honestly, this is probably one of the most versatile games when it comes to that as well. There aren't a lot of games out there that won't punish you pretty severely for not having high actions per minute, and not having like super quick decision making ability and stuff like that, because that's kind of where games have gone, and that's where the gaming skill set kind of is extremely like high octane. And I blame esports. You know, things like League of Legends and a lot of first person shooters and stuff like that are extremely popular. And they're also extremely like high octane, button mashing, like gotta hit all the things, gotta do all the things, super precise mouse movements, stuff like that. And there was definitely a time in my life where that was fun to me. But it was like 20 years ago when I was young and, you know, I didn't have arthritis and I was a little quicker. You know, we used to play original Counter-Strike for just hours and hours and hours a day. And I was good, but I'm not that person anymore. There's no way to keep up for me anymore. So now I play slower, more methodical. You know, I like auto battlers. I like idle games. You know, I just like to watch the numbers go up, and I like to manage my characters and stuff like that. You know, like those gladiator games. There's a game that just came out, or at least a demo of a game that just came out, a gladiator management game. It was actually super cool. I played a little last night. It was a lot of fun. But I'm much more interested in the deck building aspect of the whole thing than I am in the moment-to-moment button pressing. It's so much fun to watch my guy kill things. I mean, on Monday, y'all watched me try and manual some combat. When the change first happened and we first jumped in on Monday, it was rough. I died at the Flesh Hatcher in almost complete Bane gear. It was bad. Oh, I fucked that up. Gotta murder this dude. When Jad kills you again, maybe you'll change the bar up. I mean, Jad's gonna kill me because I struggle to flick the prayers properly. Jad killing me doesn't really have much to do with the rotation of my DPS. And the likelihood that Jad kills me again is pretty high, whether I change the bar or not. Because he has lots of kill you in one shot hits, and I'm not super quick on the prayers. But that's okay. I don't mind dying. My character's immortal. I could do this all day. Like Captain America, dude. I haven't, but so not trying Legacy is the same reason that I don't play OSRS. I like having the abilities, right? I like being able to manipulate when and where certain attacks are triggering inside of my revo bar. So I don't want to remove my abilities, right? These are important to me. So I don't want to do legacy. Because abilities are dope. I like watching my dude do the things. I mean, that's okay. You are in no way obligated to watch me struggle. That is completely up to you. But I mean, the question is, wrong by what standard, right? Because there's an old adage, if you measure a fish on its ability to climb, then it's going to fail every time, right? So while I may be failing or doing wrong, something related to how you enjoy playing the game, that's only one way to go about it, right? You're climbing trees and I'm swimming. And so if we both measure, nothing worse than doing something in this game for 50 hours to find out you did it the slow way the whole time. That is fundamentally where we differ. I don't mind getting to the goal slower. That doesn't bother me. Because, in my opinion, the goal isn't the goal. Right, it's all the gameplay up to that point that's the goal. So, if I could do something the absolutely fastest way possible, but it was the most boring way possible, then that means that I spent all of that time getting to that point, being bored and not having any fun. So that's wasted time, in my opinion. But if I can do something for 100 hours that maybe is the slowest way to reach my end goal, but is significantly more entertaining to me, then that means I got 100 hours of entertainment instead of, say, 50 hours of bored grinding that I didn't really want to do. I would absolutely prefer to be slow and entertained instead of fast and bored. I would say that's incorrect, Knight. The most efficient way to become successful is to work 24/7 at getting other people to work 24/7. On your behalf. That's fair. That's fair. You are still working 24/7. Don't think you realize how long this game takes. You want to be efficient and have fun. But again, the game sort of ends when you get to the end, right? It's like gosh, what am I trying to say? Like it doesn't matter, right? The point of the game is to have fun. And so it doesn't matter where I am in the game. It doesn't matter how much progress I've made. If I'm having fun playing the game and I'm playing the game, then the point at which I am in the game doesn't change that, right? If I get to the end of the game and, you know, I'm killing whatever the end game boss is over and over again, that's the same as being here at this point in the game and killing this boss over and over again, right? I'm just playing the game. And so it just doesn't matter at what point in the game you're in. If you're enjoying playing, then you're good to go. Who cares? And maybe I'll never beat the game, right? I might never get a comp cape. I might never get a quest cape even, because fuck quests. Right, yeah, it's over when you stop playing. And it is possible to play the game efficiently and make yourself want to quit playing faster. In which case, ultimately, you'll get less enjoyment out of the game. Now, if playing as efficiently as possible is the most fun to you, then that's absolutely how you should play. 100%. If getting XP as fast as humanly possible, if looking at that is fun. When we were mining gems to get our crafting up, I did the math and found out exactly how much damage you need to do with your pick before switching from the second tier of gemstone rocks to the third tier was more efficient. And then we switched and did precious instead of whatever the other type of rock is, because it was just more efficient to do that way. So there are situations where I absolutely am going to want to do, you know, the math or whatever and be as efficient as I possibly can. But again, I don't want to be efficient pressing buttons. I want to be efficient not pressing buttons. Because it's fun. Oops, I had my ranged thing up. Womp womp. Okay. Rear back magic. Stomp 2 feet, ranged. Rear back magic. Stomp 2 feet, ranged. We're gonna get it. Yo, how many hit points does this dude have? My goodness. You could just right-click the settings wheel on bar and auto set up to multi-combat. But then I don't get the experience of setting up my own revo bar. I like to set up my revo bar. It's fun. After it hits, always back to melee. You're right. This is like watching the WoW players try OSRS and be killed by Jad 5 times till they learned it on their own. I mean, it's fun to learn things. It's fun to try and die and... Oh, I'm just gonna kill him and practice on Jad. I think I got it this time. I think I understand. I think we're gonna be okay. Jad has much slower attack patterns, I think. So I've got a little time to think. Alright, back to melee. Range. Back to melee. Magic. Back to melee. Oh, I took that magic hit. I switched too quick. Magic. I feel like I was on the right prayer there. Oh, I wasn't swapping back to melee fast enough. Okay. Got it. Got it. I thought I was switching back too early that first time on the magic hit. Bummer. I think we need to go back to War's Retreat real quick. We need to get our little prayer dude to make us some more prayer potions. So let's get some 2s. Get those distilled into 4s. Or decanted into 4s. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought that I had taken that first mage hit. I didn't realize that I had actually taken a melee hit there. Let's see, that's 5. That's 10. Perfect. I might be able to. But I think I understand it. I'm not terribly worried. We did take, we still had like 5, prayer potions in there before. So we need to prayer more. We did not prayer enough. I got too busy talking. Wasn't busy playing. All right. Let's go get through all this shiznit one more time. One mist of red. This person was out here earlier too. I think they're also trying to kill Jad. Probably for the first time like me. But we're going to go ahead and let this thing get started on its own. I got to go use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. All right, we back. Look at that. Wave 5. Didn't even have to touch nothing. So good at this game. Hey, what's up, Eric? How are you today? You really do gotta stop calling me dad, though. The whole thought of being somebody's parent makes me want to throw up. Yeah, this is Runescape 3, Eric. It is. We are currently doing what's called the Fight Cave. So we're going to go through 62 waves of enemies of varying difficulty. And then at the end, we're going to fight the big boss dude. This will be our third time through today. Didn't even realize people still play RS3. Lots of people play RS3. Actually, there's been a pretty big resurgence. It's got one of the special items. It's where you get the fire cape or something. But it's just kind of a milestone fight to get through. But yeah, it's really fun. But yeah, level 99. There has been a pretty good resurgence. I've had a lot of people coming into the chat over the course of the last month and a half or so talking about the fact that they were thinking about coming back. And this most recent Monday, we just got the combat update, which frustrated me quite a bit for the first hour and a half or so that I was dealing with it. But honestly feels really good. The Revo bar feels really good. There's a couple of skills that are really good to have as sort of permanent manual casts. And so the whole thing just feels really nice, really approachable. So super good. I really, really like RuneScape 3. A lot. Can't wait. The end of this month, we're getting, hopefully, the first section of Havenheith. Not very familiar, but I like your voice. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. You know, I've never played OSRS. I only started playing RuneScape 4 months ago. Right in the beginning, I did play both a little bit, but by the time I got through the tutorial of OSRS, I just didn't. I'm not a big graphics person, but OSRS is a little too hard to look at for me. And I like having abilities and stuff like that. I like the deck building aspect of setting up my abilities. And so I would be pretty unhappy about giving those up. And so I just don't think OSRS is the game for me. I think RuneScape 3 has the things that I personally prefer. I think a lot of the reason people play OSRS over RuneScape 3 has to do with the combat And I really like RuneScape 3's combat. So I also like that the wilds in RuneScape 3 are opt-in PvP instead of always on PvP, because I don't want to opt in, so I don't have to PvP out there, which is another big selling point for me, because I think that forced PvP where you have the ability to lose your stuff is probably one of the worst mechanics that has been introduced and really overused in modern MMOs. So I would never go into the wilds in OSRS, which would mean any and all content out there would be completely off limits to me, which would make me very unhappy. Yeah, I have an old account with about mid-1900s total. Just gave up like everyone else once they changed the combat. That's what makes it RuneScape. Wildy. Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think that the wilderness is probably the worst mechanic in RuneScape. I think the thing that is most RuneScape to me is the skill system. It is a little brutal, Eric. And I'm not opposed to PvP systems. I'm not opposed to PvP zones. I'm not opposed to having a place to go and do that combat, and even having like objectives and stuff out there. But I don't want to lose my gear. I don't care about risk versus reward. I think the entire concept of risk versus reward is stupid. And so if I want a PvP, I want to take my character out. I want to go, do like objective-based PvP. And I want to do it with a faction. Right, I want people to be automatically on my team and to be automatically on other people's team, so that when I see them out there fighting, I can go help them. Or, if I'm fighting and I'm losing, I can like run away and go look for some support. Or, I got to be careful not to get baited into a trap or something like that while maybe I'm fighting somebody and winning. But then if I do lose, I don't want to have consequences. Right? I want to opt into the PvP, and then I just want it to be about bragging rights. If there are going to be anything to get from PvP, then I want those things to be like global for your faction. So in Dark Age of Camelot, you used to go steal relics from the relic keeps of the enemy factions, and then you would bring those relics back to your faction, and then your whole faction would get a bonus from those relics. But there was nothing that you could really personally get from your PvP, right? You weren't getting loot, you weren't, gaining like personal power. You were gaining some PvP XP, but you weren't like getting items, you weren't getting unique crafting materials, you weren't getting any of that stuff. It was just PvP for the sake of PvP. And for the sake of these objective points. And then when you died, you just came back to life, and you just went back out there and you fought some more. And it was fun. And so that's the kind of PvP I'm interested in. I don't need consequences for losing. Devil's Advocate, pretty much most interactions in MMORPGs have some kind of loot player options. Yeah, and they all piss me off. It's why I don't like Albion Online. It's why I don't like EVE Online. I had a really big problem with the PvP system in New World because if you were opted into PvP, you had like bonuses to getting loot and stuff like that. So your ability to get resources and loot and things were directly tied to your combat prowess in PvP, which means your average players are significantly disadvantaged, which just creates a deprecating player base. You know, I really like survival games, like Ark Survival Evolved and stuff like that. I've played 6,000 hours of Ark Survival Evolved, where not only can people kill me and take my stuff off my body, but they can kill me and blow up my base and take all my stuff out of my base and send me back to the beach butt naked with nothing. And I've played 6,000 hours of that game. But I would enjoy that game more if instead there was... Ark is terrible PvP. You're absolutely right about that. But it's terrible because it's the only thing. Well, so I didn't really PvP a lot. I played on PvP servers, but I didn't often PvP. I would prefer Ark if your home server was a faction and you were part of that faction no matter what server you went to, and you were only able to, like, say, build on your home server instead of being able to build. No. Well, so I have a lot of practice with the weapons and stuff in that game, but mostly as it pertains to taming. I'm hella good at taming in that game, but I'm bad at PvP. But the thing about Ark is the PvP in Ark is not great, but it's also extremely unique. It's the only game where you can fly around on a pterodactyl and go pick people off of the back of other pterodactyls and then drop them in the sky and then jump off of your pterodactyl, activate a parachute, and then shoot them in the face with a shotgun. Like, there's no comparison. And so the actual mechanics of the PvP in that game is absolutely trash. But the overall, like, ability that you have, and the variety of things that you can do in PvP in that game is honestly pretty fucking crazy. And I just really like it. The whole fantasy of it is super fun. If it wasn't for Ark Survival Ascended going the route of just extremely money grubby, pay to win fucking garbage, then I might even still be playing that game. But Survival Ascended is trash, and the publisher is trash, and I'm not even excited for Ark 2 at this point. And it's kind of sad. Kind of sad. there are a lot of good ideas in a lot of different video games. This is something that me and my older brother talk about. It seems to me that a lot of games tend to include mechanics without understanding why they're including specific mechanics. And so their game starts to not play really well because the mechanics don't necessarily mesh very well. Like one of the examples would be Throne and Liberty. Has a lot of really cool gameplay modes, but they're all so different and they all play so differently that you really need different builds for each mode that you engage with. But then the game is set up where changing your build or getting a secondary spec is extremely difficult. It takes a lot of time or a lot of money to do so. And so you sort of don't have the ability to interact with multiple modes of play in that game, despite the fact that they've gone out of their way to try and make the game fun by giving you multiple modes of play. And I just don't like it. I don't... Like, you could have such a good game, but instead, you put these weird systems together, and they don't mesh. Even the different PvP modes don't mesh. You know, you've got, like, 3v3s, and then you've got 25 versus 25. So it's 3v3, like, deathmatch, and then 5v5 or 25v25 objective. Yeah, I mean, Rust is very similar. Absolutely. Rust is a little more grounded, I think, with its combat especially. But Rust is absolutely along the same vein. Yeah, Ark is the dinosaur one. And it's awesome. It's janky as fuck, but it's awesome. I mean, like I said, who doesn't want to fly around on a pterodactyl? Or make their base on the back of a Quetzal flying in the sky? Or some other crazy ass shit. Yeah. Yeah, I've never played Rust. Rust is a little too sweaty for me. Man, I feel like I'm taking so much damage this time. OSRS might have ship PvP soon. That'd be cool. That'd be real cool. The problem that I would have with that system is probably the same as I would have with the regular wildy system, is, you know, if you can lose your ship and you have to like buy a new one, or, you know, you drop your gear and other people can loot it. I mean, it's the same thing. But it's cool that they're coming up with a new combat mechanic. That's awesome. I like that a lot. You definitely want to have lots of different modes of play. Just in any video game. Mechanics are usually pretty flexible. And if you go out of your way to really try, to make the most out of them, you can get something really special. Oh, 21 more phases. I already feel like I'm doing worse this time than I was last time. I don't know what's going on here. But I don't like it. Come here, you little fucker. Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like I was super low on health earlier. I don't know. We definitely have more than enough prayer. I definitely need to be just leaving prayers on, making sure I take as little damage as possible. Using that AoE ability there, make sure we get all those bats as easy as we can. Spawned all the way on the other side. God damn. I am prioritizing ranged over melee, and I think that's probably wrong, because I'm in melee, so this ranged guy is not really gonna hurt me. So I probably should still prioritize melee, even when the ranged guy's there. At least as far as the prayer is concerned. I think I still need to kill the ranged guy, but I should probably leave the melee prayer up. Or maybe I should kill the melee dudes. I don't know. Bapped him. Fuck Knuckles, this is a long fight. We're gonna kill this motherfucker, though. It's gonna happen. If it's the last thing I do. Especially because I really like how strong I feel at the beginning of this fight. I definitely start to feel weaker as we go. Because, you know, the enemies get stronger and shit. But, man, fighting those first 15 or so waves feels good. Beat the shit out of everything. Whoops, forgot to change to my melee there. Bummer. But I took a ton of damage I didn't need to take. Come here, you. Hey, we're about to get our rejuvenate on. Boom, rejuvenate. Rejuvenation. I love how much free health I can get with all of my dope abilities. Nah, the big melee guy got in the way of the bat. That's hilarious. All right. 7 more, 8 more waves left, something like that. And like 1 shark per wave. We might not be full health by the time we get to the boss. Let's go ahead and move this up here. So that way we'll resonance as many attacks as we can. Which will at least somewhat improve our healing. Hey, up to 82 in the defense, though. What's up? What do we get? Robin Hood armor. Ooh, exciting. Might have to get me some Robin Hood armor. Bet you I look hella good in tights. Oh, nice. Did we trap that range, dude? That's dope. I should probably try and do that more as we get towards these later enemies. Maybe go fight in this corner over here or something, instead of just going balls out into the middle. But I like going balls out in the middle. It's fun. Maybe if I worked a little harder on killing these enemies quickly, used up some more adrenaline, did things like my assault skill and stuff, maybe that would help. We do just sit at 100 adrenaline, a pretty fair amount. Rejuvenate. whenever, maybe it's just from my childhood or something, but whenever I say a skill's name, it always makes me want to go Hadouken. Because, you know, the people in Street Fighter were always naming their skills or whatever when they would use them. Hyper uppercut. The first fighting game I ever played was Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Game was so good. All right, I think we're about to do it here. I think we got what? One more wave left? Jad's the 63rd wave. Is that right? So let's go ahead and eat up a little here. We're gonna need to eat up a little after this wave. Yo, that's nice that they were super separated like that. That's cool. I don't know if that happened every time, but that's gonna save me a lot of damage. Let's go ahead and fill our prayer up to the max here. Ooh, I'm all nervous. Eat up, switch to melee. Alright, rear back, we're on magic. Oh shit, switch to melee. Rear back, we're on magic. Switch to melee. Slam, we're switching to range, switch to melee. Rear back to magic, switch back to melee. Slam to ranged, switch to melee. Slam to ranged, switch to melee. Ooh, that one was close. Slam to ranged, switch to melee. Slam to ranged, switch to melee. Rear back, magic, switch to melee. Something is healing. Oh, switch to melee, come on. Slam to ranged, switch to melee. Magic, switch to melee. What's healing Jad right now? Damn it. Booyah! Fucking A right, dude. Completed in less than 45 minutes. Oh my god. Yo, El Sancho, what's up? How are you doing today? Oh. Oh, that feels so good. Oh, yeah. It's a fire cape. Who's got a fire cape? I've got a fire cape. Look at me and my bad self. Look at me and my bad self. Is this cape even remotely useful for me? No, not really. But that's alright. We got a fire cape. And I'm gonna wear it. Because it makes me look like a badass. I completed so many quests and stuff there, achievements there too. That was nice. That was hella fun. I got to admit, I didn't think I was going to make it there for a minute. I got super lucky. At some point in there, my resonance, when I was moving around trying to kill the healers, my resonance ability caught one of the ranged attacks and saved me. Because I was paying too much attention to the healers and not enough attention to Jad's tells. And got my ass beat. I definitely almost died. But hey, better to be lucky than good, right? Better to be lucky than good. I like how it's all lava-y. And it flows. Oh, that feels so good. Oh my gosh, I love it. I definitely look like a badass. Phew, that was a close one. I think now it's time to go kill the 5. Actually, I don't think I need sharks. Well, we'll bring some anyway. Get rid of 10. I think it's going to be time to go kill the 5 mechanic arc glacier, which I'm pretty sure I can do. I'm pretty sure I can do fairly easily, honestly. The only real problem I have is if the heal doesn't come up fast enough, then I might run into some issues, and I think I have enough DPS to get through. Let's see, we won't need sacrifice. We will need this. We will need that. We don't need rejuvenation. Well, we'll keep rejuvenation and forget about berserk. So let's go kill the 5 arc glacier. But before we do that, let's fill up all of our prayer. Hey, thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a big milestone right there. So the fire cape once upon a time was like the thing to get way back. And it still kind of is in OSRS, I think. But it's kind of your first, like, milestone thing. Well, not your first. But it's like a big milestone fight to win and get your fire cape. I guess the first is killing the dragon. Or completing the Dragon Slayer quest. Not hard mode. Alright. Let's get in here and see if we can kill this nerd-ass Arc Glacier. What's up, dude? Get punched in the face. Oh shit. He came right out with it. And I fucked up. There we go.
Not bad.
Boy, that was rough. I thought it was a different mechanic that was going to happen. So I definitely blew my cooldowns wrong and stuff like that there. But I think we're still going to be okay.
From above.
Looks like he's going to push me over this way and do the big beam. So we're going to get our heal here.
It's that giant beam.
Boom. Heal me up, dude. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, so the next thing I need to learn on the glacier here is I need to learn how to survive the hard mode version of that beam. Because you can't just use resonance on the hard mode version. I've tried. I died. It did not go well. Alright, we've got our little duders. So we want to target this back one. Hit with the AoE. Kill this one real quick. This is also one of the phases where you can take a lot of damage if you don't AoE those guys down pretty quick. Alright. This should be the second round of mechanics. So we're gonna get Pillar, and we still have all 4 of the other mechanics available, because this is a brand new round. So we could get minions, we could get a bunch of stuff. We're actually gonna pop a food.
It's changing its attack pattern.
Okay, we're gonna get the multi-attack pattern. This is one of the easy ones. This actually allows us to get some assaults off here. Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna have to pop a couple foods. I didn't think I was actually gonna need foods to do this. I'm a little shocked. We got this coming this way again. This should be the beam attack. Yeah. Gonna be the I just used up a bunch of food. Fuck.
Brace yourself.
I'm so dumb. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to learn to flick those two. And this is another one where I need to, like, lean back and see a little better. And then flick between the ranged and the magic. while he's doing those attacks, I can
Break
save
your way
myself
out.
a lot of damage that way. Yeah. I'm really bad when I have to switch between two different prayers. I'm pretty good at flicking one prayer. But as soon as I start having to worry about flicking two, I start to get flustered.
Playsites pouring through the portal. The Playsites are defending their master.
Did that twice.
The minions are dead.
Boom.
The shield is down.
Guess I could put it there. We could do these two. Nope, don't go back there, you jackass.
Prepare for a barrage.
Alright, this is the one, so let's practice. Hey, got some stuff. We did beat him. That feels good. Some glacier remnants. Those are good for me. 13 water battle staves. Okay, game. Thanks. Yeah, so we can do that for sure. Let's see if we can get him again. Surge. Surge is too much for my brain. Also, I don't ever really feel like I need Surge in this fight to, like, dodge things and stuff. I don't feel like it ever really has an impact.
Brace yourself.
Right, but I also don't have to click 1,000 times. That's just me being crazy. I could just click to those locations once. I honestly probably need to stop clicking so much because it jitters my movement. But
Get out of there!
oh, that's right. I need that other ability to get out of here. Shit. But I took it off because I'm stupid. Let me out. You have no right to shut me in. Okay, so we'll need to find somewhere else. So we might just have to do
React to its
R and
attacks
F,
accordingly.
maybe. Can't see it.
These glacites protect their master to the death.
Okay. We're cruising. We're cruising. Glaciites
Summoning
again.
reinforcements. That's the last one. Attack the
Dead.
Archglacior.
Being able to just one-shot those is peak. Okay, it's coming this way. This is going to be the big heal, which is nice because I need a reset. For show.
Brace yourself.
Boom with the heals. All right. That feels good. Let's kind of get ourselves back into the center here just in case something crazy happens. What are we going to get? Looks like we're either going to get the big attack or we're going to get the pillars. Looks like pillars.
Guardian.
So here we go. Yeah, I really do
Core will destroy
hate
you.
the
Get
surge
away from
ability.
it now.
I don't like the way it plays. I don't like the whole mechanic of it. I just hate. So I'm sure that there is going to be a point where I don't have a choice but to learn how to use it. But if I don't have to use it, I'm not going to. Because I hate that ability.
Faster attacks incoming.
Faster attacks. So the low tier one, when he doesn't reel back all the way,
React to its attacks accordingly.
yeah, so the reason I hate it is just because of the way it activates and the direction that it moves. It just feels really unintuitive and doesn't feel like it flows very well. So I just don't really like using it.
Flurry of attacks incoming.
Oh, does he always choose one? I thought he bounced back and forth. But it seems like he might just choose one and stick with it. I thought that he would use both magic and ranged inside of one of those mechanics. But so far it seems to me like he's just picking one and then constantly doing that one. So we might be able to just focus on that.
Its icy core will destroy you. Get away from it.
We didn't get a chance to build up any adrenaline here, which is going to make this pretty hard. We might take some damage here. Having this as the first mechanic.
The best
It
approach
wasn't
is
too
often
bad.
the simplest.
Did all right. These kills aren't terrible. I think we can probably do it without the food. So it looks like
Brace yourself.
Oh shit. Definitely thought that was something different. I should have realized it got too close. Surge and dive are essential in higher PVMing. Yeah, that's kind of what people have been saying, and is always kind of the assumption.
From above.
So dive activates differently than surge, right? Dive goes to where you're pointed at
Faster attacks
with your
incoming.
cursor instead of yeah. So I'll like dive and I won't have any problem with that one, but surge, because I have to like wait for my character to reorient before I activate it, I don't like it.
Your attacks will not land while the glacites
It adds a small level of complication that I don't deal with well. But I guess it's something I'll have to learn to overcome. We're gonna get our heal right here.
It's that giant beam.
Boom.
Can't dodge that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have
Your attacks will not land while
the
glacites
DPS
are present.
to
The
kill
minions
the
are dead
core
and
or
the
break out
shield
of the
is
core
down.
on hard mode. Hit it twice, return to spot you started. Oh, really? That's interesting. Being able to just double up on the assaults there make that phase so much easier than it used to be. They may actually have to readjust
React
the
to its
HP
attacks accordingly.
of that particular mechanic, because I think being able to just drop the assaults over and over again. Okay, no, he is going back and forth. Whoops. Or maybe he's just going to stay on magic now. Yeah, I don't understand this mechanic. Sometimes it seems like he's going to go back and forth.
Changing its attack pattern.
Sometimes he seems like he's just staying on one.
From above.
Those beams are slow. You can avoid them.
Yeah, so I did pick up on that. But I thought there for a second that he just picked either ranged or magic
From above.
during that. Oh, he's doing from above twice in a row. Whoops.
React to its attacks accordingly.
React to its attacks accordingly. It also changes based on how high he picks it up. So if he picks it all the way up, he's using magic. And if he only picks it up to right there, it's range. Oh, I'm out of prayer now. Womp womp.
React to its attacks
Oh, really?
accordingly.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. But we're out of prayer now. Although I don't really think... Well, I guess I need prayer for the core drop. So we actually do have to go. Oh, I can't get out now. Oh, you're a butt face. Bye-bye.
The exposed core is certain death. I suggest a quick exit.
So I could do that. If I brought some prayer potions. I definitely think I can do that without foods. Maybe not consistently, because I make too many mistakes. But especially if I do a good job of killing the ads and do a good job of prayering that one mechanic, then we can definitely do that pretty consistently. So the next thing is to try and learn to do that on hard mode, because the Art Glacier is a pretty good farm if I can streak it. And it's got some really good melee weapons that I kind of want. So, let's see. We don't need a prayer potion to learn the fight, because we can leave each time. So we do want Shark. We'll maybe take away 5 sharks so we can pick up anything he drops. And then we're gonna put all of our stuff sort of back here. And so because hard mode, you said he eventually starts using melee, we'll go ahead and put all of these on here when he goes to that phase. Oh, the hard mode loot goes in the chest? Nice. Good information. Dope. Okay, so yeah, we'll get used to having this set up, and when he goes to that mode, we'll just come down here and do all of our prayer swapping. And then the rest of the time we can be up here doing these. Okay, so the other thing that I need to learn, I'm gonna need one more ability, right? Because it's not just resonance that gets you through the big beam attack. Don't you also have to use, is it reflect? Or anticipation? Oh, that's just 10%. And reflect is 50. Devo. Oh, I don't have... I don't have devotion. Where is devotion? Oh, I do have devotion. Empower yourself with the protection of the gods. Increase the effectiveness of your protection prayers to 100%. 9.6 second duration. Killing an enemy extends the duration. Oh, okay, so I can get through the entire beam with devotion. Okay. That makes sense. So, pray mage, devotion. Got it. Okay. RD. I think I can do that. It's quite a bit of time. But here's the problem. He can do back-to-back cannons. That's fair. So is there something I can do if he back-to-back cannons? Or do I just die? Like if I just prayer mage and hit the resonance, is it possible to survive that? Or do I need to also have reflect or something? Reflect and eat. Okay. Well, we'll put reflect down here as well then. And maybe we'll just get lucky and he won't do it back to back. We're going to go 0% enrage. We're going to start this bad boy. All right, bringing it in. We're going to get either the beam or that. This is good. It'll let us know if we're actually going to be able to break out here, which is important. Wow. Okay, well, I can't even break free. My DPS isn't high enough. It had me locked at only one person when I created the instance, Grizz. I thought I did pray mage. Did I not pray mage there? I think I didn't. I pressed R. Oh, I used my devotion. Yeah, okay, I got the keys wrong. Whoops. Yo, what up, Drippy Bun? How are you? Okay. D is Mage Prayer. D is Mage Prayer. D is Mage Prayer. You dumb motherfucker. Yes, I am absolutely gonna get Roamstead when it comes out and host a dedicated server. All right. Are we getting this same move again right here? Yep. All right, that time we got the prayer off. I have a brain cell. What's up? Oh my gosh, it takes 4 of... Yeah, I'm still not able to do that. No, I do not use F keys. I use QWER and then ASDF for the 8 abilities that I activate. But that is pretty much the extent of my finger dexterity, is being able to hit those 8 keys. Beyond that, I can't do shit. But yeah, it looks like I definitely cannot call you old because I'm old. Just messing with you. Yeah, no, I don't care. I am old. Old as shit. Fuck. Well, that makes me sad. getting Crimson Desert. That's sounds like it's supposed to be a good game. Use your ult on that arm. Yeah, I guess I could go in and use, but assault is like the highest damage I can do. Right? Because this is 800%, and the ult is only 600%. So assault should do just as much damage as overpower. God Wars Dungeon 2, that sounds like maybe a good idea. Let me go use the restroom real quick first, though. I mean, I guess overpower gives me that 600% damage and extra time because it only requires one attack cycle instead of 4 or 3 to do the damage. So it would trigger faster, and then I could get some assaults in, and that would probably work. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's just fucking try it. Let's see. Where does overpower need to go? I'm gonna have to add another button. I don't want to add another button. Settings. Can I use a mouse button for this? Let's find out. Let's see. QWER. ASD. F. Nope. We change it to G. Okay. We'll try and get a 9th slot in there. Oh my gosh. The game is making me press too many fucking buttons. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay, so overpower and assault get saved. So we don't use up any adrenaline unless we have to. so that we have our adrenaline available when the boss decides to do that move. Okay, he's dropping little duders.
Their master to the death.
Why isn't this ability available? Please use my ability. We can't. Oh my gosh. Oh, these minions even have too many hit points. I can't even kill them in one shot. Can't even kill them in 2 shots. Oh my god.
Dodge the ice beams.
This is straight up booty cheeks.
Focus your efforts on the smaller
Oh, there's
ones.
another ice beam. Well, now I see why I might need
React to its attacks
surge.
accordingly.
Okay, doing these attacks. Oh, what is that? Oh, is that the melee? Damn it.
Break your way
Okay,
out.
then we go over here. We use that. We hit G.
Well,
Oh.
that'll do it.
That just like straight up broke that. Does that have like extra damage against that or something? All right, this is gonna be our devotion.
Steel yourself.
Okay, boom. I did devotion and magic. I don't understand. You have to freedom too? But my devotion was on cooldown. I definitely used it. Maybe. Fuck me, dude. That's awful. Another button. I don't think I can do it. That's too many buttons. Watch your back. I used to have a friend, whenever he would say goodbye, he always said, watch your back. He didn't like say goodbye, have a good night, or whatever. He'd just be like, hey, watch your back whenever you left. Pretty funny. Oh, my mute button is broken. Let's fix that real quick. To be honest, with your playstyle, you might really like Necro because you can pretty much revo everything, only press very few abilities. Yeah. I imagine that's probably true. If it was possible to dual class, then I would dual Necro. But I think even in this boss fight, I'd still have to press all those buttons, right? Because I'd still need freedom, I'd still need overpower, I'd still need reflect, I'd still need devotion. Oh, no, that's what happened. I hit reflect, protect, not devotion, protect. I hit FD instead of RD. That's what happened. Okay, well, I still think that I'm not really prepared for that. I think after all that fighting with Jad, trying to now also do another hard boss is going to be a little much for me. So I don't think I'm going to try and learn another super hard boss today. Maybe we'll do that next week sometime. We do need to quickly, before we think about God Wars Dungeon 1 or 2, we do need to quickly do our Reaper task. Ain't no sense in not doing that. Kill Sutsaroth. Can I trust you with this task? Absolutely. Let's drop that off. Let's get a couple of anti-poisons. Oh, I don't have any anti-poison. That sucks. I mean, like, I've got a couple, but... let's go to the shop. I'll help out a bit once you get kill count and make the instance. Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a fire cape. It's so motherfucking cool. So when I came from OSRS to RS3, Alright, let's buy some anti-poisons. Boom. Let's get 100. Let's get 100. Okay. Let's get 100 and let's give 20%. Let's give 40%. Who cares? Really? That's how we're gonna play this, huh? Dude, the prices in this fucking exchange can actually kiss my ass. Oh my god. Okay. Thinking of defensives as parries helped a lot. You mean like my resonance and devotion and stuff? Let's get 10 vials of water. What do you use to make fucking anti-poisons? Not super anti-poison. What is a super anti-poison does? Irrit and ground unicorn horns? Is the anti-poison gonna be fucking ground unicorn horns? It is, isn't it? Marintil and ground unicorn horns. Okay, so either way, I'm using ground unicorn. So let's see if I have irrits or marintils. Let's see. Irrit. Got some grimy irrits. Do I have any unfinished irrit potions? Doesn't seem like it. And then what about marintils? Marintils? We've got some unfinished Marintil potions already. So let's get 10 of those out. And do I have any ground unicorn horn? Ground fishing bait? No. So let's go kill some fucking unicorns. I'm so used. Whenever I need to go somewhere, I'm so used to pressing that War's Retreat button. That I literally just teleported 10 feet. That was dope. My brain is a little bit fried right now. Alright, unicorns. I need 10 unicorn horns. So that I can grind them up. Give me them unicorn horns. I actually don't need 10. I probably only need like 4 or 5. What are you doing, dude? Just moonwalking over here? Just kill the fucking unicorn. Ain't that hard. Alright. Then we need to hop. What world am I in right now? 72? Okay. We'll come back to 72. I think we'll just give 4. I think 4 is enough for me to get through 25 kills. And I want to get this thing done. I am going to probably need to go ahead and farm some unicorns, though. Get some horns. Because I got a lot more K-Rail kills that I need to get. Do the super anti-poisons last longer? Is that what they're for? Because I'd really like that. That'd make me very happy. Alright, let's grind up some unicorn horns. Then let's mix these together. Make us some anti-poisons. There's a spawn of super anti north of Castle Wars. You can just top worlds and pick them up. No shit. That's kind of cool. That's also a little OP, but still super duper cool. All right, I think that's everything I need. Anti-poisons, and we'll just put the anti-poison right there. Yeah, and then we'll just go, oh, we just go in the Reaper portal. That's right. Bammo. Oh no, I forgot my Zamoraks shit. I'm dumb. I need a piece of Zamorak gear. Deposit one of those. Get a Zamorak. I like the Zamorak headpiece. It looks pretty dope. Rawr! Alright, you bunch of little nerds. Somebody's over here just like massacring shit. 2-bit god. Well, somebody thinks very highly of themselves. Bear deer. Baby, here I am. I tell you what, killing Jad, having my fire cape, is really putting me in a good mood. Fuck that guy. Even killed him with the melee. I feel so good about that. Only took me overall 5 tries, right? That was the 4th fight today. And I fought him 1 time previously. That's not too bad. Ooh, fire talismans. So I was looking at the requirements to fight Nex the other day, and apparently I have to do the little archaeology quest in here in order to be able to fight her. So we're gonna have to be working on some archaeology probably, because I do want to eventually get to and fight Nex. So I now need to get my archaeology up for Nex. I need to get my agility up for General What's-Her-Nuts, or Commander What's-Her-Nuts, for the Saradomin. Because I want my Saradomin God Sword. That'll feel super good. Especially because I tend to worry a lot more about sustainability than anything else. I would even be willing to go backwards as far as like DPS and stuff. So to go from my Bane Sword back down to the Saradomin God Sword. Is this motherfucker attacking me? What a dick. But I think that'd totally be worth it. We want to turn that off, actually. We don't want to be auto-attacking because we're gonna want to pick our targets. I did some stuff yesterday. I kind of learned... Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. But I kind of learned a little bit about what the best thing for me to do in the Bandos and K-Ril fight. If I just stand right where the mage pops out and just murk the mage super fast, then things tend to go really well. So I just stand where the mage is, and then I attack the main enemy, and then I hurricane down the mage. And then I can usually sustain pretty much indefinitely, just off of whatever food they drop. The only thing that kind of holds me back is eventually I run out of anti-poisons. But I did a bunch of kills on K-Ril and on Brandos the other day. Got pretty good at it. I tried to go do some Kriara kills, but you have to have like ranged or magic to do any of the kills for the kill count to get in. And so I brought my ranged, not realizing that then I was going to be trying to kill Kriara with ranged, because I didn't bring like a gear set that was hybrid. One more. And so I didn't swap into melee. And then I got into the fight, and she just beat my ass. I had to run away. It was sad. Okay, got our kill count. Good job. Let's get in here. This is another... We're actually going to need to start thinking about hard mode on these God Wars Dungeon 1 bosses as well. We won't do that this time, but maybe tomorrow. So 10, 14, however many. Fastest, friends only. Get that started. And then we pop in there. And I found like exactly the spot to stand. So if you stand 2 squares over from this corner right here, you can just boom, attack that guy. And then send out your AoE. So need to do them, in my opinion, only need for achievements. I'm getting my ass beat. What's going on? I mean, they do give better... It's Grizz. Oh, shit. Grizz bought the Necro. What's up, dude? Oh, you got, like, all that Necro. Dang. Oh, you got that Vampire on? Let's get that Vampire on. Boom. Okay. Guess we need to actually attack this dude. He was living too long. But I wasn't even, like, thinking about killing the range dude. I was just standing here letting the range dude attack me. And then I would just fight. Because the melee dude comes from that side, he stacks on K-Rill. So you kill them both at the same time because your adaptive strike hits a cone. And so then you just kill this dude. And everything's good. It worked super good. Although now that I've got Grizz in here, I don't actually have to give a fuck. It's all just free now. Hell yeah. Already 5 kills in? What's up? Murder the shit out of this nerd. Oh, you got that zappy augmentation. That's dope. When I get to throw it on you, you gotta come a running back for more. Oh, is that noted ashes? That is noted ashes. We gotta get the noted ashes. I'm not even gonna try and get over there and fight that ranged one. There's no way I'm crossing that gap fast enough. Not a fucking chance. Grizz, what happened to all your dudes? You're all alone, bro. You put out that deeps, dude. Fucking myrtleizing shit. Let's myrtleize them. Ooh. Tuna potato. Tuna. Tuna potato. Ooh, more tuna potatoes. And some bladed salvage. Yeah, we getting rich in here. Getting rich. Cause it's die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die. Damn, Grizz, playing with you is more cheating than having like an infinite health hack. I am literally fucking immortal when you're around. Nobody attacks me. I just get to beat them in the face with my sword. It's the best. Alright, dude. What was that shit? You let the boss attack me just now. I try to pay you a compliment, and then you just turn around and stab me in the back. Oh, you know what? I'm not even wearing my Bane helmet. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. I've been fighting this dude this whole time with my Zamorak warpriest helm. I literally don't have any brain cells. This is just sad. Do you have a shield? Or do you have your necromancer shield up, your bone shield? There's a provoke ability in this game. I'm just saying. If you really cared about me, you would provoke the boss so he stops attacking me. You don't even need a shield. You could just use provoke. I don't even understand. Oh, can provoke be autocast? Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, it can be autocast. That's hilarious. Everything will attack me. Yeah, you have a good night there, Grizz. And thanks for helping. I appreciate it. I won't be here tomorrow, but on Friday, if you're around, let's go do some God Wars Dungeon 2 stuff. That'll be fun. I don't actually need this ability. Die, you Zamorakian jackass. Yeah, I'm just gonna let this range dude attack me. I don't even care. Fuck your couch. You light up my life. Boom. He ain't here, he dead. But here comes that familiar feeling Friday's screaming for. Haha, you can't do shit. Ranged sucks. Hey, more tunas. Tuna. Tuna potatoes, baby. Alright, that should be it. Boom, done. So let's head back here. What a good day. We pretty much only fought Jad today, but I'm totally fine with that. Because it felt really good to kill that motherfucker. Because he beat the crap out of me a couple of times. But I think we're going to go ahead and call it there. I don't really have time to get into anything else before the end of the stream. So it feels pretty good. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. Thanks for helping me figure out exactly what I needed to do to get Jad. And giving me little tidbits about that fight. Because it definitely made the learning process much, much faster. I could have been there, especially because it was like an hour in between every try. We could have been there for a really long time if y'all hadn't helped. So I appreciate that. But I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. I hope everybody has a great day. Tomorrow I won't be streaming because it's Thursday, and that's the day I normally take off. So when we come back on Friday, we'll move into some more bossing and try and get an upgrade to our Bane weapon. I'd like to get the Dragon Lance or something. So, you know, you can set up solid revo bars with right-clicking the cog. Yeah, so that's actually one of my favorite things about the game, is setting up my own revo bar. There aren't a ton of skills, especially now that they've even eliminated a lot of skills. But I like to sort of move it around and change it based on the content I'm doing. The deck building aspect of that is pretty enjoyable to me. And I think I've got a pretty good Revo bar. I think it works real well. Sometimes I'll take out Rejuvenate, put in Berserk instead. Sometimes I'll add in some of my defensive abilities, some different stuff like that. But I like fucking with it myself. But yeah, so I'll see you all on Friday. We will be getting back into some new bars, or some new bosses, and hopefully upgrade our shit. So have a great day, and I'll see you all on the next one.